trapped a bunch of players, and they just ripped it back up higher. Software strength with max 7 potential strength. This one could move higher. So I do like this one. So MBIS is gapping down due to the meta news. Yeah, good champ. So MBIS is one of those. SpaceX, I also like the good call out, Daniel. Another good call out. It's in the watch list, I believe. I'm watching SpaceX IPO day high. I've been saying that since holding the IPO day low. You naturally, or often, you cycle back up to the highs to test it again and get back above that. You can see a nice little push. We're gonna get started here in about a minute, guys. We haven't yet started. Just kind of babbling. We're gonna run through the watch list, Amanda, and then we're gonna try to create a focus list. So those are the names that we will look at extra closely near the open. So we'll just have to pivot. BE. We're gonna take a look at a bunch of names here, but BE looks really good. Still in a range. Okay, so I think everybody's here. Mate, I think sharing his screen. Jay Money's around, Sarang, IB. All right, so Jay Money, whenever you're ready, you can just kind of start yapping away.
Just start yapping away. That's what I do.
Yapping away about numbers and stuff. Look at that
Yeah,
beautiful face. Look at that. Look at that beautiful face.
just for you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, let's talk about the overnight action and then the gamma landscape. Some of the dealer positioning data that we get from options depth. So we did retrace a lot of that late day rally in the overnight. We traded as low as 74.54 on SPX overnight, and now sitting kind of around 74.70 right now. So implied open 74.70 at the moment. The main thing is, the gamma landscape. We do have potential for that positive supportive gamma environment that we've seen a few times lately, which does favor trending higher as long as supports hold. So that is an important caveat. The main support being 74.35. That area needs to hold if we test that. That also lines up pretty closely with yesterday's low. So that fits our normal technical analysis that as long as yesterday's low holds, we could try for continuation higher. And that gamma environment may pull us back towards 7,500. 7,500 is still fairly large gamma resistance, and that would have to clear for a larger move to the upside. So definitely possible to look at shorts against 7,500 if we see that. And if we test 74.35, we want to hold that area or trap yesterday's low. And the pivot at 74.65 in the middle can be choppy and trappy, which is kind of right where we're trading at the moment. So that's what we have on flat. I would look to the edges, 7,500 or 74.35 at the moment, unless positioning changes after the open.
Mhm. If I could just point out one thing on the daily SPX, you can see that there's a nice trend line that goes from all-time high through where we are right now. And so we didn't really test it yesterday. We got fairly close, but considering where we are, I would say that that level be around like 75.20, 75.30 area. So that would be the top of the, sorry, that would be that trend line test. I'm just posting an image right now in chat for you guys to look at. So that's what I'm looking at. But yeah, so far inside day two yesterday. Thank you, JM. Okay, anything to add or just want to get into it? to the individual names. Go ahead.
Uh, let's get into it. Yeah, I think the only thing I add from a bigger picture is, it's the start of a new quarter, and yesterday we saw the leaders get bought, the losers get sold, and so into today, we're already seeing memory names take a bit of a hit. SNDK giving back all its gains, MU selling. So these a lot of these are still in kind of a pretty volatile range. They've been up contextually, like obviously quite a bit this quarter. So at least to start, we are seeing a little bit of a rotation into Mag 7 aims and out of memory. Now, it's just one observation. One day is not a trend, so we'll see. I think there could be some nice setups that form here. So I'm going to talk about MU, and then we can kind of both talk about meta. Um, MU's been a harder trade, and it is gapping down into a range. But one thing that I would call out here is, we've seen a couple cracks lately. On Thursday of last week, each of these dips have gotten bought up aggressively. I think that had a lot to do with some quarter end stuff going on. Now that that's out of the way and it's the start of a new quarter, I'm very curious to see if we get a little bit more momentum and follow through to the downside. And if not, the upside will likely pick up a lot more momentum now that we're into a fresh quarter. So the levels to watch in the pre-market here are is this 1100, 1109 area. Right now, there's a level around 1089 that's getting a reaction. So there's not really much structure to trade. So, this is just in kind of the thesis stage for me right now. I don't have an entry around the open that I like. I'd rather see this tighten up or back test and fail or something like that to open up a short. So, like I said, I'm not looking to trade this right at the open. I want to see how it responds a little bit first and then go from there. For the upside, I would just wait for 1168, so 1168 up above, really defined key level. It's tested numerous times in the range. I think that could be good for longs if we saw bigger recovery. Um, so speaking of Mag 7 names, I think we have a good amount on our list. But Meta right now is taking the focus because of the news. So this is getting, excuse me, quite a big gap up. When we go out to the higher time frame, just throw some EMAs or the moving averages on. We're below all the major moving averages on Meta, so Meta's been one of the weaker ones. With this gap up though, we've got the 50-day just above us, just below that 609 technical level. So there's a lot of confluence at the 609 spots, both a key level and it's the moving average as well here, so the 50-day. So we're respecting in the pre-market 592 and that 609 level. So similar to MU, at least for me, I don't see a trade immediately on the open unless we were to sweep 592 and turn really quickly. That could be a trade up to that 609 area. But this likely stays in play. Um, and creates a good opportunity for us maybe 30 minutes to an hour after the open. Space Mike, I'll let you, I know you like this one too. So if you have anything to add, go for it. I'm pretty much done here. My main focus is going to be on MU and Meta and the Mag 7 names. If that rotation thesis plays out, I'll look to kind of pivot to those names today.
Mm. Yeah, yeah. Second. All right. Yeah. So Meta in the chat, I was calling out the 592, 590, 593 area for a bounce in after the market opened, and so we already got that pullback and that bounce off of it. We're already about 12 points higher. So I mean, obviously buyers are stepping in here, but we just have to wait and see what happens in uh, after the market opens. I would not personally, I would not chase this one. I'd rather look for an intraday setup, if anything. If you get another 592, 593 back test, I would look for that. Otherwise, if you're in a clear uptrend, I would look for that 9 on 10 bounce, 603 break towards that 621, 630 area. 633 is very important above. So, this is a very familiar range to us. Like, we know these levels by heart. So we'll just kind of trade around that. So I wish that headline could actually drop during market hours. It would have been fun, but I just have to wait. So that's all I have to say about Meta. Tesla. like to cover here. So Tesla's slightly down here, and over the last couple of days, it's been pretty much the same story. Showing strength, red to green moves, a little bit of weakness in the morning, coming back. So we have 3 nice days, 2 nice days after that really nice kind of like bottoming candle on the 26th of June. What I'm looking for here is a break above yesterday's highs, um, but also a hold of that 200 day, which is around that 418. So if you could hold the 200 day, and it might take half an hour for that to like resolve, we could see a test of yesterday's highs. And then only if you break that, I think we could see a bigger move towards 436, 442. The daily has a really nice trend line going across off the recent highs around those like 450s. So we kind of stopped right there yesterday. And so I guess I just need to see that 200-day hold. If not, no trade. Break above yesterday's highs, hold of the 200-day. We could see a nice little push. The momentum has been there. The one thing I would call out with Tesla is that there are numbers expected to drop. I think tomorrow. I'm not really sure. Like delivery numbers. I think the sentiment is fairly okay. Like it's fairly bullish. So we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, a really nice kind of in momentum kind of trade lately. Tesla. Uh, Google 360 above 356 is something to watch. We're obviously gapping up. Looking at the structure, it's fairly. There's no real PM structure, I would say. So I would watch this, but if it starts breaking the PM high, I would watch for a potential continuation higher. It's just been that kind of market where you've seen some really aggressive moves. So as long as above yesterday's highs, I would look for a dip behind this one. Another Max 7 name, Amazon. Watch 241. So this one is not very high on my list. I think that 241 got sold into PM. So you need to break that. So that PM high I actually like for a break, targeting yesterday's highs, and then you might see a bigger move. So I don't know. Out of all of these, I think Amazon is my least favorite personally, but doesn't mean it can't resolve. Now, Microsoft is a different thing. It's a bit of a story where we really liked this going into this week, and then they trapped. They sold off that 381 and change weekly continuation move above previous week high. They kind of broke it. Yeah, we pushed lower, and now they're back to it at 381. So we have a bunch of trapped sellers at the lows, and with this Max 7 strength, the software being strong, I think this one could potentially break today to the upside, targeting 388, 390 plus. So Microsoft is one of those where it's like we're tracking it very closely. The narrative is there for potential squeeze above last week highs, showing some real nice strength here. Uh, Trading basically near those PM highs a couple days ago. So I'm watching that 381 today. If it does dip, I would want that 380 to hold and very aggressive turn, break 381 and go. In terms of like software, right? Net, I really like Net above 250, even number. Uh, Software usually moves together aggressively. Net is usually one of those aggressive movers that leads. Net, D-Dog is another one. Above 262, I like it. We're way extended here. I'm not going to chase D-Dog. I would say if you do get a back test of that 262 area, it could be a nice little dip and turn. Crowd, one of my favorites, obviously near all-time highs here. It's seen consecutive up days, real nice strength, all-time high not too far off. It's a magnet, and I think this one could see 800 today if we start breaking that. Think AMD yesterday. This could be it today. Crowd within the software names, and then lastly here, SpaceX. SpaceX. I was listening into the live yesterday. I couldn't speak, but I was watching, and we've been talking about this 160. It broke a couple days ago, and then it was all about that momentum of that 165, 166, and we got it. I think Saran caught that really nicely. Now it's all about breaking that IPO day high around that 176, 177. If you could do that, you can get push higher. So what could happen here is if we do hold 170 early in the session, 168, 170, if you get a little bit of a dip and turn, break yesterday's highs, your risk reward is basically targeting that 176.50, 177 above. So we're trading basically inside of the IPO day candle here. Uh, it's harder. I think momentum will come above 176, but it's definitely not bearish. Like I wouldn't short this one. That's SpaceX. That's all we got. Sarang, you're up next, sir.
Hey, good morning, everybody. So I think you guys have covered Meta and NBIS. So I have the same plan like you. So I'll be watching for some intraday pattern on
We did not
Meta.
cover NBI.
So I think NBIS is also gapping down just because of the
Okay.
Meta news. So that's what I also read on the same one, you know. So
Okay. Okay.
NBIS is potential downside candidate, but yeah, there is no pre-market structure, so it's gapping down 9% on Meta news. So what I'll be watching is for Meta and NBIS both intraday pattern on both of these one. Let's see how we set up. I think one name I really like it is Circle. Circle actually yesterday we have sold off almost 17% down because I think some of the mega company like Visa or Mastercard they are coming up with open text standard, so which is like caused the Circle to sell off. If you look at
Mhm.
a daily time frame, 63 area is the IPO low as well. Uh, yeah, and this stock has been selling a lot. So what I'm watching is to trade here. So if you see a move up, let's say around 65, 66, I'll be watching for a front side rejection, or maybe if we break yesterday's low around 62 to 63 area, so I'll be looking to put on the circle. These are my main watch today on circle most probably. And I also like Microsoft as well. I think you have covered very well. So Microsoft, yeah, I'm watching this 381 area, 385 calls, targeting maybe 385 and potentially 381, 391 on Microsoft. Yeah, I think those are the names I'm watching. So Goldman Sachs is also on my watch list, but yeah, so stock I want like below 1,000. So yesterday we had like kind of a small day yesterday as well. So I like below 1,000 break, or maybe if we trap below 1,000 and then reclaim, yeah, I like to play the call on it. But for now, the
Mhm.
momentum is downside on the Goldman Sachs. So I personally
Mhm.
feel like we have earning coming up in 1 or 2 weeks on Goldman Sachs. So probably we should find some bottom here or maybe around 970 area. And Tesla, I think most of the people they are watching for upside. But just to keep a note, so Michael Berry has posted yesterday that he is short on some of the name that includes Tesla and Cat. So those are the name I think he is short. He has built a short position on those. So just be careful. So Tesla, I prefer to wait for tomorrow. So let the delivery number out and then we can trade it.
Yeah. I just think that 416 point whatever he entered short is going to be squeezed
Yeah.
little. People are going to try to squeeze him out of this, but I think he's just going to play games. It's going to be interesting to follow. Anyways,
Okay. Yeah.
okay,
That's
so
all
you
from my end.
yeah, thank you. Do you have any insight into Apple? It's moving really nicely off the Apple news, sorry, Meta news. I don't know if you know more than I know about it,
Yeah,
but
actually, I did look at it, but if you look at Meta stock, actually, most of the gain is selling, you know. So that's why I don't like to take any trade at the open. So I would like to see the news is good, to be honest, but the stock is looking very weaker, you know, same like Microsoft. Meta is also weak on higher time frame. So,
okay.
so basically, let's see how we react on the dip. So if we see like 600 defended today, yeah, we could see more upside.
Cool, cool. Uh, yeah, the only thing I would say, IWM is still like standing out to me. Let's see. It depends on what Warsh say. I don't know if Warsh was out there talking, or maybe he's coming up. No, he's actually talking now. Maybe something he says is bullish for IWM. We could finally break that 300 and one or so. So I'll be watching that kind of a quicker trade, I guess, pivot towards that. Let's go through a few some of the names that you guys are calling. Already talked about it a lot, but um, IBM, really nice candle yesterday. I don't see anything in IBM, but if software moves, uh, I would watch this one. You need a red to green move, break above yesterday's highs at the least. A couple of targets above would be 288, 285, 288. Eli Lilly, I actually like what it's doing. Yesterday looked like a really ugly kind of reversal sell-off, and they're holding it up nicely. So still holding 1200.
Which
This
one
for
is
me
it?
is just a Eli Lilly, LL1. So we'll see. The only problem with this is like if you're starting to see rotation out of healthcare into, let's say, Max 7, then Eli Lilly maybe it's going to be harder to trade versus if there was like huge momentum in XLV. So we're seeing a little bit of a rotation out of that, or slowing down at least. But if healthcare is back, I think Eli Lilly will be one of the first to start breaking. Yeah, Microsoft looks good. So Netflix needs to hold 70. Needs to break above 75, 76. That's it. It's not a whole lot to it. Still acting weak. So just more of a wait and see. Uh, PLTR software, obviously. What I like here is that back above the 9-day, but we have yet to close above the 9-day in quite a while. So we're just kind of trending lower here. If you can get a close above 120 today, it could be something to watch. SE, I like the bottoming pattern on a higher time frame. It's an accumulation pattern that's going on here. I would have liked that low to break and kind of trap people one more time. We did not get that. We're back to the top of this range, so 100 would be something to watch for that gap fill above. 100 is very, very important for this chart. But worth maybe just waiting for earnings. I don't know. I don't see this. A&D, just a phenomenal move yesterday. One of those like, damn, I should have jumped on that train. We were watching it. We're calling it out. Um, it was a fantastic break. Like you can't get a cleaner all-time high break than that. But with this retreat here now, you just have to be a little cautious. Uh, Keep an eye on that previous all-time high, 563. Right, you want it back above that and start showing some strength. Break above 570, targeting yesterday's highs. But SMH is showing some relative weakness here. Right, so if you go to SMH, you'll see some relative weakness, and then if you go to IGV, which is software sector, you're seeing some relative strength. So let's see if that holds. Now, above 100, close right below 100 yesterday. We've been talking about that 100 pivot. The 50 days right there. So we're back above here. Software strong. This one will be strong. Okay. I'm just going to get myself in order. Yeah, Microsoft is breaking that high, guys. So I wish that candle didn't happen right there. 612 is a very important level on the daily. Microsoft right at last week's highs here. Let's show some relative strength here back to PM high. A couple minutes before the open. AMD really ugly. Meta holding. TWO looks good. Yeah, champ. I was looking at it on the daily. It looks great. Not a name I like to trade though. My focus at the open will be Microsoft and Meta. Tesla is a little bit kind of a secondary watch here.
Yeah. Meta held that 590 really nicely.
Yeah.
It won't surprise me if it just spikes hard.
Okay.
That was really loud. MU looks like it wants to dump here. Watch 1089. If you're shorting, trade against that. See what ATR is here.
Getting a lot of
ATR is 1060 on MU. That's why.
Tesla big pop to yesterday's highs, guys. 425
Yeah,
resistance
nice.
here. IWM 300 test. Watch this turn here, Microsoft.
Tesla looks strong. Nice.
IWM is kind of leading this guys a little bit in terms of price action. Back above 300. Watch that 301 all-time high area break. ASX 168 held here on this backtest. Microsoft is doing a little bit what it did the other day, where it just like pulled back here and like, trying to buy in that that day would have killed you. So just be cautious with this. But I do like the hold of this 376 in general.
Rejection, Tesla.
Big rejection. Yep.
Yeah. Watching
Look above it. Yeah.
MU here. We back tested that 1089 spot. It's crazy expensive.
Watching Microsoft here, 385s. All right, so just got into 385s here. If 376 breaks, I'm out like quick.
Guys, I meant to update that to 1030 put. Just bought some puts on MU. We got ATR here on 1060, but volume's pretty good, so see if it can break.
Hymns moving. Watch that 36. Apple, nice bounce. Apple, big bounce here. Very, very quick bounce.
All right, so selling below the 74.65 pivot on SPX early in the session. There is potential, if we don't reclaim 74.65 fairly soon, we could see continuation 74.35. This is also the overnight low on ES.
Premium is pretty strong on that dip on Microsoft. 376.35 held. IBM fast move. Crowd, a little bit of a dip testing yesterday's highs.
Come back on Tesla. Oh, now it's retreating again. Let's watch that 424. Meta looks pretty good on this turn as well.
Yeah, 9 on 10 bounce, 593 test again there.
Okay.
So if this is it, guys, if it has to break higher here. Those premiums are really strong on that dip. Coming back here. Tricky, but holding. Indices really weak here.
Yeah, you need to see above 74.65 to feel better, for sure.
Meta, nice turn. It's also Microsoft.
MU reacting to that -1. So if this 5-bar trails them out.
AMD extremely weak here. Nvidia too, not helping us at all. Meta holding up really strongly. Microsoft looking a little bit better here. That dip into that 376. I'll show you my level that I have here. It held perfectly on that dip. You could have added there. Indices not helping us here.
Yep, needs a failed breakdown of the overnight low here for a reversal. Otherwise, 74.35 could come into play.
75.11, right, sir?
Yeah, that's on ES. It is trying to sweep. We'll see
Yeah.
if it can. We'll see if it can turn back higher.
As I'm adding to MU 1030 puts here, adding one. We rejected that pre-market pivot.
Extremely strong here, guys.
I'm looking at this failed breakdown on ES. And I'm taking this long. Also trying to hold the charm flip line as support on that low of day there. So if this fails, you could see a larger reversal.
Reaction.
Starting to push here. I'm gonna get reforce out. Pretty good spot for longs on SPX. Good risk reward with low of day, as this could be, either we hold the charm flip and then trend all day, and if we lose low of day, then we could see that continuation to 74.35.
I'm looking into cutting Microsoft here. As I'm all out Microsoft. Sammy's bouncing here a little bit. I saw some data out. PMI.
Yeah, there's more in 15 minutes also.
Slow turn on the market though.
Yep, it's a nice push. So the failed breakdown of the overnight low is active. We just held the bottom of the charm flip, which keeps us in that positive supportive. So there's potential to trend from here. If we were to fail low of day, it would be a little bit more of a reversion look. It's pretty thin above 74.70. If we can clear there on SPX, it should open up some more upside.
Tesla another hold of the 200. Snow squeezing. IBM looks good. Crowd looks good. Apple giving it all back. Meta 9 on 10 here, testing 600.
Tesla, pretty quick comeback here finally.
It's like 5 times I've seen that
Yeah.
today. Pretty volatile there. I feel like I'm seeing that they're adding to things below us and kind of closing stuff above. So I don't know, JM, if you have any read on that, but for me, it's looking like maybe we could see a push lower if it continues.
Yeah, it's
I know
definitely
you're in long,
possible.
so
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm mostly out there.
yeah.
That's so just the runner left in case we clear 70. 7470 definitely a little bit of a ceiling here. Above that can try for 7500 again. But you're right, there are some things developing below us, so it is important to hold low of day, I'd say. 7450 would be even better to hold.
The negative gamma at 7500 has pretty much vanished, so I would expect a move higher.
Okay, let's go.
Just really need to see the VIX roll over from here, and I think we can make our way higher. I did grab Tesla 430 calls for tomorrow.
Nice.
Small. Palantir is also moving really nice.
Yeah, it's a nice bit in software. IWM might be first to go red to green here, guys.
Big tests here. 7470 could really open up the upside if we can clear 7470.
Sure. All right, so I'm in IWM here. I think IWM is going to see new all-time highs today. Red to green. All right, I just got filled half of my grade B. Microsoft, as long as it's holding 376, it could be an upside mover. It's just a different kind of trade now. Nice little move here, Microsoft. Met a nice hold of that 600, 603 area. SPX back to the gap above. Nice little recovery of 70. That's a nice hold of that 20. 23 breaks. I think we can see high day break. 430, 436, 442 above. Next higher day here. Okay, I need IWM to quickly flip green here and go, otherwise I'm out. Took half off because of 0 DTE. Quick move there. It's exactly what I want to see. Red to green again. Then I want to see it start accelerating. I'm not in it for this like back and forth stuff. No, looking strong. Just lighting up a little bit here on IWM. Taking 1/4 off, and then I'll hold it the rest a little longer than if I had that 1/4. IGV, a really nice move, near high still, strength and software.
Just watch this 1077 on MU. This fails. I'm looking to add the hard stop at high day. Just think this can trend all day if it fails.
Watch SPX here, guys. Need to clear 80 here for a pretty nice move to 7,500 above. Nice call out earlier by IV as well on that turn. I was watching that 70 for a push higher.
I was added to MU here. Stops at high a day. I'm willing to hold this all day if it can work. It's more of a trend play, and if it fails, it's gonna just pop right back through 1,089, reclaim 1,100. But so far, looking good. A decent amount of conviction in it.
IWM target is 30150 all-time high.
So starting to get a nice push above 70 there. 7,500, still some resistance. We'll see what happens. But nice, that's about 20 points or so from risk reward at the lows where that charm flip was. You were able to take advantage of that. SPX premiums might not be good, but futures
That's why we
played
trade
out.
future. Come on, I know you want to sneak it
Sorry,
in
I
there.
don't know what to do when they put a failed breakdown, 20 minutes into the session, morning SPX premiums. You can trade SPY if you need to.
Oh man. Oh, I just got filled on that pop, guys. I just got filled on that pop IWM here. Very nice. So I'm holding some here on this move. So you see how I acted there on the red to green, guys? That's why I said it needs to turn and go. Otherwise, I'm not interested. So I did. It was a little slow. It did one more check back and then it took off. So because if it keeps doing red to green, okay, so we have data, so that's probably why we're getting this big bounce here. But yeah, played out really nicely. So all-time high test here. Watch meta, guys. As I said, nice little hold of the 600, 603 area. Now we're cycling back up towards those PM highs. I would be a little more confident playing that breakout above all-time high, considering this price action that we've seen. It's very tight.
All right, ideally you see SPX hold 74.70 on a back test and get that push into 7,500. We'll see.
Let's get tested at 430, guys. Come on.
That test looks good.
Been doing this every day last couple of days where like chop, 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 and then it just squeezes. So let's hope for that to happen today again. We're getting Eli Lilly crossing 1182 alert going off here. 1182. So it's testing that previous all-time high that we broke out of that huge day just a few days ago. Here we go. IWM new all-time highs. Caught that move beautifully, guys. All right, Meta, nice little break of PM high here, 612, all-time high. Sorry, not all-time high, 614. Now you have a move towards a 633 above via 620 on 138. So I'll post this chart here for you guys. Meta, really nice. IWM, really nice as well. IWM. Peace.
Let's go, Tesla. Let's go.
Watch 427, 428. Historically, that's been a trickier level. I'm not trying to poo-poo any trade. It's a great call.
No, no.
Just
This has got
info.
space for 430 today, in my opinion. But I may cut some. I'm up like 35% on it.
Here's your daily. Look at that trend line that's just testing here. Like this could actually move more than that, in my opinion. 435, 436, easily. PX, see if we can get a red to green. XF back up, guys. IWM making its way higher. Really nice here. Maybe that the market wanted to hear what Warsh had to say. Now they feel a little bit better about it, so they're buying it. Also new quarter and all that.
I'm skilling out of Tesla here at 480. Selling half.
Nice one, Ive.
It was a pretty good I guess you could say it was a high conviction trade, at least for me. This thing's just been running, and once Tesla runs it, it just runs, you know?
Yeah.
I wish I had more size in it, though.
Yeah. I would probably that 400 break earlier in the week was the area to go big, in my opinion. Like, wow, huge move. We'll see what the numbers, delivery numbers are, but this one could see much higher over the next few weeks. We'll see. All right, guys. 301 calls IWM are trading around over 100 something percent, 130%. I might just sell it here and just roll. If you do get a back test of 3150, previous all-time high area. Microsoft, another nice little dip bear that tagged that 380 and kind of rejecting here just a bit. But the more Microsoft does this, the more explosive that move will be. So we'll keep an eye on this one. But nice little like managing a position of Microsoft. Took some off and then went straight into IWM for that. Real nice move.
Had a nice move, though, off that 7450. Now we're about to hit the first zone of resistance, which is really at 7500. Above 7500, we will need to see the VIX literally just die, even more than it is now. And
Mm-hmm.
we could see a bigger squeeze, in my opinion, above 7500. I think 7508 is in play, and potentially 7520. So I wouldn't short this market on a holiday week, you know.
Mm. Oh damn, just got filled here, guys. All out, all out, all out. Microsoft.
Morning, y'all.
Or not IWM. Good morning. Good morning, whoever it is. No,
Beadorts, Brian.
I know. I'm just checking.
Yo,
Did you
Fat.
guys see MSTR?
I haven't looked at it.
MSTR bounced off a huge support overnight.
Nice move.
Yeah.
John, can you send me the link for the alerting system that we have?
I can send it to you.
SPX is not far off from going green, red to green, or at least testing and filling that gap. Tesla 428, above 428, 432, 436, 442, 451. JM special, that failed breakdown, beautiful movement. Oh, he also called out the secondary entry on that risk reward play, which I was very close taking myself, but I was focused on other things. But really nice, really nice trade.
Thank you. Yeah, it's nice. It pairs. You hold the bottom of charm flip and put in a failed breakdown. That's a pretty nice pair, which is what we had. And you can see the response, just 40 points straight line.
Great line.
Microsoft, really nice comeback.
Yeah, I like that one. It's like one of those days, I think, where it's like they're just gonna let go of it, and it's gonna really nice move there.
Yeah, it's such a tricky name.
I want to like all in into Microsoft.
I dare you.
No. Don't challenge me. Was I did.
I think
What
we
a
squeeze
beautiful
above
move.
7,500, guys. It's gonna be hard though to get above it, but if we
Yeah.
do in fact get above it, like we got another, I would say at least
30.
15 to 30 points on the upside. Potentially 75, 75 40 might print. Yeah, one last thing, my system just produced a squeeze signal, so I'm not sure if we actually squeeze, but we are in a lot of negative gamma, so if we do squeeze, it's gonna be violent.
Let's hope that system's spot on right this second.
Speak it into existence. We're all long, Ivy.
For JM.
That would be epic, right? But no, seriously, I mean, we got negative gamma, supportive charm. Um, deltas are starting to become supportive, and they're very negative above 7,500. So when you have negative deltas that are negative, as long as the VIX is moving lower, that negative delta becomes fuel for the potential squeeze. So my system is designed to see that, and hence it's calling for a potential squeeze above 7,500.
Microsoft High Day.
Yeah, question on MU. Just watching Styles on 89. Pretty simple. So the thesis is more centered around memory getting sold a bit into the new quarter, which we got the nice gap down. The idea is more of the expectation is more of a trend play. So initially I was thinking momentum, which is why I was five barring. But the way that I saw that it react around 1089, 1000 made me think that it actually would be more of a trend play if it plays out today. So some relative weakness, some rotation going on in the market. If it can keep this pattern going, I think it resolves the trend lower on the session. If we pop back through 1089 or 1100, then that's invalidated in the short term. So pretty simple. Looking for a move initially into ATR 1060. I think that's what held us up. And on this, also this push higher is pretty low vol. So if we see volume step in a bit, sell into ETR, if that can crack, then 1045, 1036 is my ultimate target on the session. So just looking for it to trend into that. Um, that's pretty much it. So let me know if you have other questions. But yeah. Intraday sellers are staying in control, but it's slow. We don't have much momentum. I'm on mute. MBIS put in a failed breakdown to 3373. It's a little slow here, so you want to see if it continues to keep the higher low patterns. S&P's coming up on pretty big resistance here. I think I was on mute when I called out the call spread. I put I would say medium size call spread on for where we're at the that account. So just trading against the 7500, 7505 spot. If we start to rip through that, then longs would quickly become in favor. But yeah, just trading against that spot. I'd be careful with MBIS. I don't see like a signal just yet, but it's harder to take front side when like the fade lower when it's got an active failed breakdown. So yeah, so question on the barring 5 minute usually for momentum trades, 2 minute or 5 minute bar trails. I shifted in this and this is, purely discretion that I was using. So initially I was looking for a flush and momentum on MU, which is 5 bar, and I changed my plan within it. So that was a discretionary decision because of the way I saw price action behave on the pop in 1089. So far I was right, but we'll see how it does. It's fairly slow in the range, but usually it just means you're trailing the previous 5 minute bar close, whether you're trading to the upside or the downside. It's just a way to trail momentum. But this has turned into a more of a trend trade to me. So I would rather flip to watching like the EMA. So if you go to like the 2 or 5 minute 921 EMAs, like on the 5 minute, you can see we're just kind of grinding lower here on the 2, a little easier to see as well. We're just respecting the trend. So on a gap down on a strong name like this, that is a little bit more of a reasonable expectation. Initially off the open momentum makes sense, but once that pop went through high a day, you basically have an opportunity for sellers to trap that move and trend lower on the session. So you could just cut. There's a couple ways to think about this or review it. You could just cut on this pop here and just get out of the way and then revisit the trade later. That's perfectly fine. I was just using a bit of discretion because I felt like I could see what was happening in the price action. That's why I held and then basically added into the trend as I got a little bit more confidence that we were doing what I wanted to see us do. So right now it's a bit slow. You need to see it break down toward that 1060 to maintain confidence. If you start to pop back higher, then it's just doing what MU's been doing and it's invalidated. So notice how MU is just respecting the trend. Right, it's just getting pulled back into the EMAs and then sells into a little bit lower. It's just kind of working its way lower. The volume's a little bit low. So for this trade to work today specifically into tomorrow, you'd want to see the volume start to pick up. It's dragging its feet a bit. I will say that on downticks on S&P, it seems to be having a little bit of a correspondence. So if 7,500 rejects here on S&P, we can just kind of sell into the range a little bit, and MU quickly gets down to the lows, which we're starting to sell a little bit here. That's a very good sign. It's just a checkbox of what you want to see. It's a good, positive behavior. But right now, like volume is, the volume is picking up a bit on this move, so that's a good sign. You need to see it accelerate. I'm not expecting this to just dump
Testing,
all at once.
testing, testing. Fuck my life. Testing. Oh, hey.
You're back.
Sorry about
He's
that.
back. Oh, you're good.
Sorry about it. Keep going. Been talking for like the
All
last
good.
30 minutes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Thought you were just taking a break.
No, I wasn't. I was actually reading the premium. I don't know if you heard any of that. Microsoft moved that on that 380, 381 break. I was
No.
like live reading the premium, and I'm like, okay, this
Dang.
looks like the 400 break yesterday at Tesla. We're accumulating it. The bid was moving higher on dips. It was just not moving, and then it made that move to high to PM high. So yeah, it's too bad, but oh well.
Good.
Also call that was scalping it myself. I didn't want to alert it, but I was scalping it. So I did take the 385s for a scalp.
Hindsight trader. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I started
You're
talking.
right,
Yeah,
dude.
and yeah, I know. You muted yourself, and you just want to.
I actually traded it too. I didn't say anything.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I only realized because I was talking, and you were like interrupting me over and over again. I was like, "That's fucking rude, dude." I was like, "That's not like Matei doesn't do that. Like
Yeah.
JM does and John does. Matei
Yeah,
doesn't do
these
that."
freaking guys.
Yeah, freaking guys. And I'm like, "Okay, what's going on?" Anyways,
All good. Nice trade. Nice
all
call.
right. Yeah, yeah, right, dude.
Nice rejection, S&P. Call spreads not really paying. I didn't get a great fill on that, but looking good. If we flip back on our jam, I don't know what your thoughts are, but it seems like 90 is the spot to hold. If that fails, then it's
Yeah,
a little bit more
it's
open.
yeah, very open. 90 to 70, very thin below 70. Like I said, 7,500, very tough. And the way that the charm flip is moving higher is not usually what you want to see because then it's just much easier to fail out of it. So uh, definitely the potential for the reversion is still very much there. So just be aware of both possibilities.
I was also saying, I don't know if you heard me, I was looking for a long SPX. I want to roll 30% of my gains from IWM into SPX long. If you can hold this like 90, I'll be looking for a turn. Yeah, so nice little check back up that 381 60 previous week high on Microsoft. And then they're trying to turn in break PM high. Break PM high, I think we've seen 386, 390 above. I think ATR is somewhere around there. I just don't know.
From what? Microsoft?
Microsoft, yeah. Is it like
ATR is
386.40?
386.25.
Okay, yeah. So I have 386.40 like yellow line, so that would be my target.
MU down to the lows. See if they can crack 1060. It's -1 ATR. I actually do like the volume coming in on this sell. So you're seeing it float higher on low vol and then sell a little bit more aggressively on some volume. So we'll see. See what happens. Puts are about break even. We'll have a day tested. We got a reaction. And those call spreads didn't move at all.
Yeah, I think Meta is in just a kind of trend up day. It's an excellent 9 on 10 candidate. I think Microsoft is a bit of a more aggressive move here, but eventually could become 9 on 10 later on in the session. A little annoying that Microsoft and Tesla have been the same trades for me, where I just take it, cut it, and then it comes back. But it's okay. IWM nicely.
MU quick crack on low day. Watch this ATR volume picking up fast.
Oh, yeah,
Very
that
big
looks
volume
lovely.
coming in MU. Very big volume.
We want it to die, right?
Yeah, we do.
Very short. Okay,
I
good.
do, but
Die, die,
I'm
MU.
sitting here like, I've been here 3 or 4 times, so come on, man. Premium's not
MU,
really
MU.
great, but sorry. Yeah, MU. They'll probably trap the slow and bounce back into the EMAs and then do nothing for 2 hours and then sell at the close. This is really good volume though. It's good push.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Meta 621.38 resistance here. Above that 634.79. So looking at Meta chart, it's one of those where it's like you don't want to chase this off like an open drive. But what it did today was like the best play for a break of that PM high, where it just like spent the first half an hour or so kind of digesting the move, similar to PM price action, like once it's settled. And then eventually, like when you get that break of the PM high, it's a little bit easier to play that breakup, for me at least. So it's acting really strong here. Very, very nice.
Guys, I think 7,500 is gonna break.
Yeah, I'm watching that play, Ivy. I'm watching to get filled on 7520s. They're very, very cheap.
Yeah, I think it'll test at least yesterday's highs at 7,508. But
Mhm.
I think once we break 7,500, all that negative gamma is just gonna push us even further up towards 75.25, 75.35. if somebody
Yeah,
wants to
my
put on some butterflies, I put on some butterflies. 25 wine, 45.
mhm. So I just got filled 75/20s here, 250. I almost bought that 75/90, but I kind of held off a little bit. But Apple's looking strong, Meta's looking strong, Microsoft's looking strong, Tesla's looking strong. Amazon's looking really, really strong. Just kind of snuck up on me there. Just saw the alert, 241. And then Google's looking strong. So the only one from like Mag 7 that's kind of underperforming is Nvidia. So that's a nice little. QQQ is looking really weak. Is that SMH just pulling us down? Probably.
Yeah, I mean, MU, SNDK, MBIS, AMD, NVIDIA, all lower. See, what are the like what's ASML and LRCX doing? Yeah, it's just, it's just all getting sold. Same theme. Rotation out. Amazon's a sneaky one. I know you didn't like the dailies much, and I understand why. I agree. It's just something about it. With this rotation, maybe some swings and mags.
Hmm.
Maybe that's the play. I think we're trading Microsoft, and the ones that are moving a little better pretty well though, so it's good. Look at MU guys. Yeah, tagged at 9 perfectly. It's just telling you that it's trying to trend on the day. So it's more today is more about how much does it have in the tank to sell. Got to get through -1 to do something good, which we're trying right now again for the third time.
Premium is holding really nice on SPX. Come on, Mike.
Okay.
Yeah, Microsoft. Damn, that was a nice move, guys.
By golly, MU puts are green.
Sell them now.
I probably should, J Money. Tortured poet over here.
75.25. It's like a call spread just got added. 7,500 decreased a little bit. 7,500, 7,505. The short nodes above us are decreasing a little bit. So a little bit easier to clear them. Definitely sets up a potential for continuation above 7,500.
Google higher as well. Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, Google strong. Netflix, Nvidia weak. Tesla very strong as well. Meta rises over 10%. Wow. Apple's coming back really nicely here as well, guys. Oh boy. What are those Microsofts at right now? Let's take a look. In my asshole. Mhm. All right, SPIC's turning on me here. I'm using profits, so I'm not really too concerned. I'm like okay with risking those. I'll be still up, but I'm just gonna add a stop at 1.
7480. 7480 needs to hold ideally.
These 7,500 call spreads are not phased at all. It's really weird. You just drop however 10 points and they're not moving at all. Because it's pretty early in the session, but still. What's the VIX doing? Okay, that might be why.
Let's see if it'll hold here. Oh, these fixed calls are holding premium really well.
7,500 just decreased again. The call spread 75.25 to 30 is still there.
Yeah. Like 7,500 by a lot.
I don't like that. For if you're short, right?
Yeah,
If you're
not
short,
if
you
you're
do not.
yeah.
You do not.
Yeah.
like that.
I'm gonna probably close this call spread soon. Because the thesis was the position at 7,500 and it just vanished. So
Yeah,
if we get a dip into 80, that could be a nice buy. Nice long, right? If we hit 80 and hold it,
Yeah.
80
now that
is a 80.
7,500's gone.
I think 80. I think 75.80 could be a nice dip buy. Yes, you need to clear
Yeah.
90 and then 7,500. 75.80 could be a dip buy.
Yeah.
Sell it
That's where I
all
need to
below
close my puts
below
or my
75.
call spreads. Jeez. It's just updated. It's gone. It's completely gone.
Yeah,
7,500 is gone.
7,500 is gone.
Microsoft new high.
The fund you were tailing has abandoned you.
Yeah, what the hell? I didn't even get a message or any call or anything. Yeah, I mean those call spreads just completely not moved. They didn't move at all on the dip.
So very thin above 90 now. So hold 75.80, clear 90, and it's very, very thin. You could get directly into 25.
It's 25 and 30 did decrease a little bit too.
I like where your head is at, J Money.
Thank you.
J Money's out there. He's the guy. He's the fun. He's the one that he's the one that made that 7,500 position disappear.
Somebody decided that short calls at 7,500 was not a great idea.
Yes, clearly. Jeez.
Man, it's fluctuating. The position changes every minute are changing quite a bit here. It's interesting. Now you have a new position 95,500. It's still small, but
Yeah.
Yeah, the delta at 7,500 is decreasing. So that's good if you're bullish, like me.
Yeah. These Max 7s are like really strong, holding us up. If you start seeing Nvidia performing a little bit better, SMH starting to turn higher, like it's going to pick up it's going to pick up QQQ, and then in turn, we're going to start pushing towards those highs. So these 75.20s are back near entry. So that's a very nice hold, guys, on that dip.
The call spread, guys, I'm using this 95 as a bit of a stop area. So that position did show up, so let's see if it does anything. But the whole reason for the trade is now invalidated. So the 7,500 just went positive, J Money.
Yeah.
yeah, it's totally different. I think it's a totally different, maybe a spread there, 95,500, but yeah, completely different
What is
Spread,
setup
right?
now.
What's happening?
Let's go, SPX. Come on, SPX. Don't make me look like a fool over here.
Guys, I'm all out of that spread. Posting here 240.
Gap filled here, guys.
Guys, the butterflies I opened at $1.65. They're trading for 225. FYI. Max payout is $25 if we land exactly at 75.45. But I think if we could get to 75.08, 75.10, they're gonna be worth north of like $4. So that's where I'd like to take profits.
We still need to do 7,500.
Dang, don't,
Yeah,
don't
yeah, we do
reject it
for
now
sure.
after I close my call spread. Come on. 7,500 keeps growing.
For everybody that's not aware, we're looking at option depth or option depth data as the positioning is kind of adjusting, changing. So we're kind of like making informed decisions, I guess, through those updates. So that's what we're talking about. That could sound like Chinese sometimes.
gonna have to walk away, guys, but I'm putting a sell ticket on the 75.45 butterfly, 25 wide at $6. Entry was $1.65. Uh, I'll let it ride. I'll see what happens. I'll be back in a little bit.
Sounds good, bro.
How many that 7,500? I mean, can kind of pull us to it, but isn't it the bigger it gets, gonna make it harder to get to that spot now? Kind of the same way, or no?
Yeah, it's still resistance now. It's a different
Yeah.
position, but it's still gonna act as resistance. It may be slightly easier to clear being long gamma than it was short gamma, but
Yeah. Kind of still like the call spreads now, but that position changed so fast. It's like, geez.
yeah, it's tough though. They're building up a position at 90 as support now. It's getting a little more crowded. I don't know that you can get that clean move lower if you're trying to short against it, but we'll see.
Yeah, kind of
Fairly
like
thin to 80. Yeah, Cheeky Horn can talk a little bit about it. 7,500 as a short node is what is it?
just calling out the name is
No, sorry. I'm 5 years old, maybe 8.
Space Monkey is still 5. It's been a year now with this member. Still 5.
I love to handle your handle, cheeky horny.
For the record,
Pause.
I use the correct handle. Cheeky Horn. I use the correct handle. Space Monkey does not.
You're
Yeah.
gonna
So
break up your back.
some of it depends on the environment that we're in. I mean, a long gamma node at 7,500 is still somewhere that dealers are going to sell into, which means it's still resistance. But in positive gamma and supportive charm, it is a little bit more magnetic than if it was the short node that was there earlier is a little bit more reflective, and it means that if we do get a volatility spike through it, then we can get a squeeze move through it. But for me, I would have said 7,500 as a short node. It was also dealer short calls was a little bit more reflective and stronger resistance than it is now because of the positive supportive that we're in. Dealers will sell into 7,500, but it's also a little bit magnetic and probably easier to grind through it and harder to sell away from it. In that case, so they're both resistance. There's a little bit difference in the dynamics around it, and it also depends on the environment of the day.
guys getting filled some MU here at 1937. Excuse me. Getting close to that first target. And really main target on the session, 1,045 to 1,036. Taking a little bit of profit. Puts paying about 40% here. Very nice. Really nice volume on that push too. Big volume coming in. Come on. So a daily trend line test around the spot as well. So I'm willing to get down to half. That's a pretty good size on this one. So those ads that we had basically create cash flow for the broader core idea. See if we can push here. Dang, I kind of want my call spreads back now, Jay Money. What the heck? It's still a supportive environment though, so it's all good. Sit on hands. Beeman, wouldn't you say that we've seen positioning change more, definitely like more frequently than it did 3 or 4 months ago? Or am I
Well,
imagining things?
well, I think we have the 1 minute updates now, so it's just we see everything that happens inside of the 10-minute span, and instead of we just getting the update every 10 minutes, and so I don't know that it certainly goes through periods where it probably changes more intraday, but I think mostly it's
Mm-hmm.
just that we're able to see more of it now with the 1 minute updates.
Okay. Come on, MU, give us one dump here. A 500 test. That being 500 break here.
Yeah, so this is how I would describe 7500 more of like a speed bump in this environment than it is like a ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
As long as we hold 7480 and clear 7500, that call spread at 25 to 30 is the magnet for the day. So you would need that to close and fail 80 in order to see the downside.
Mm.
As long as that stays and doesn't close, and in fact it continues to grow, then it'll continue to be the magnet. Same, just like yesterday.
Right. Makes sense. will be back taking a break.
Yep, this nice pop through 7,500. Little bit of a bump here at 7,515, but 25 to 30 is the magnet.
guys, I'm back live here. Just took off. Now it's a free trade. SPX is a free trade here. Really strong move. Was there a headline, guys? Sorry, I was grabbing coffee and then I ran here. Really nice. There is resistance here at 10, guys. 75.10 near yesterday's highs. Remember, that's where we turned yesterday. So this could be looked at as the spike base, right? So we're testing the spike base here. Guys, I'm exiting here. You just have to take advantage of the expansion of premiums here because more likely than not, you'll see a little bit of a pullback here. And if not, you can still take advantage of it. Nice move. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. Just exited some more here. We'll hold some more. We'll hold the left towards that if we get to 30 or whatever. Tesla hitting some resistance here. 431, 432, guys. 436 above that easy. Dell, I never dipped now ever since that headline came out the other day with SMCI. So it's right at that trend line, mate. Keep an eye on that. Who is it? Chucky. J Money failed breakdown for days, sir. Beautiful.
That was cleaner than Expected. Those are always nice.
Beautiful. Yeah, it's beautiful. When the market is in this mode, uh, those play out more times than not, especially on gap down, JM. Did I share that data with you at all or no, sir?
I believe so.
Like that's literally one of the better plays you could do. A gap down and sweep overnight, and then the risk reward to upside is just really strong.
Yeah, I do want to point out also, that's why I do tend to wait and always prefer to get a sweep of the overnight low. I say that almost every day. And this is why. It's just because number one, we typically don't get a big trend move until we sweep the overnight low. It's just how the market needs to sweep the liquidity in
Mhm.
order to get fuel for the upside. And two, it's just this is what those trades a lot of times end up giving you. And, so that's why I tend to just wait for that. There's some good gamma setups that I'll take. It's also why I'm very frustrated when we don't sweep the overnight low because this is what I'm waiting for. But that's the benefit of saying like this is what works really well, and I'm going to wait for it. And if we don't get it, then I may sit on hands. But if you wait for something like this and this is all you trade, then it tends
Yeah.
to the numbers work out in the end, even if some days you're locked out or whatever.
Yep. Yep. Really nice. Really, really nice. Really nice. All right, sell hold runners. We'll see. Like for me, this is hatched here, but I think take a look at daily here. So SPX trend line is right here. This was always my target. Now we need to clear 7530. It's not only the trend line kind of area, but it's also like previous all-time high area. It's a previous, we had a few kind of high days there. Uh, previous week, sorry, last week's highs was also around that 7530. So that's my target. Above that, above 7530, like irrelevant of gamma and all that, like gamma will adjust. I think we would target like 7600. Um, and then obviously all-time high, but SPX has yet to break out, guys. SPX is in a, I would say bullish pennant, and I'll post it here in the commentary. It's in a bullish pennant. The floor just kept holding. That 7338 area kept holding. We dipped below a couple times over the last month or so, and they kept swiping it. You can see that through those wicks on the bottom. Look at the chart in the commentary. Those gray candles, they have a couple of like wicks on the lows. So they kept holding that May low, 11 week, May 18 week low. Once we broke it, June 8 week, we actually accelerated it down and they swept it back up and we closed above it. They did that twice. More recently, last week they did that. They pushed it lower, put in a higher low, and then closed it right above that 73.30. If you remember, it was like an end of day move, I believe. So now we're back to the top of this pennant. So the price action on the weekly chart, on the higher time frame chart, is getting very, very tight. Very, very tight. The triangle is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And so, let's see if shorts get spanked. But I think if we do break out of this pennant, my target would be over the next couple weeks, 8,000. Like I don't think it's out of the question. I would measure the move to the upside about the same as the move, the range that we've been in here. which is about like 350 points, almost like 5% or so. So that would take us towards that 7850, 7900, 8K above. So I'm not just pulling these numbers out of my ass. Call IV called it out earlier today. He had the 430s. I don't know if he's still in it, but those are playing out. Once we cleared that 425, it was pretty much all upside towards that 431. Now we're breaking higher. Let me take a look at the monthly Pearl. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, so Pearl, the monthly is one-time framing to the upside. They almost had a shot at it last month, right? June. And we got fairly close, right? Yeah, let me share my screen. I don't know if Mateo's around. Are you around, Mateo? Oh, I'll just share pictures. They got pretty close to sweeping that May low last June. They got, I guess, how many points away? We're about 64, 65 points away from that May low, right? And look and behold, they held it, they reversed it, and now potentially we can see a 1-1 to the upside. We need that 7600 breakdown. Oh my. Anybody still in IWM? That one is still paying. Oh, guys, I'm out. Sorry, just seeing it. I'm out. All out. SPX. Sorry, I was just looking at X. Just got filled at 10, the last bit. All out. 300%. Happy with that. Yes, let's do this, baby. Very good, very good, very good, very good. All right, not a whole lot to do here, guys. Just kind of sit and watch. So EU just closing here. Just kind of going through here, commentary. Some of you guys are really doing well, guys. Good job. Guys, we're right at that 75, 25, 30. Okay. So in terms of upside, it's harder for me here. Could be a reversal play. Break above, we're gonna squeeze some people, but previous week high here, 75.30 area.
Similar to yesterday, that call spread 25 is necessarily to be the highs. It's kind of the move all point and resist, and we could
You're breaking up a lot, Jay.
clear it. It's possible to push above it. It just takes time. Oh, really? Sorry. Any better?
Nope.
How about now?
Sounds good, I guess. Talk a little more.
No change?
A little bit better, yeah. Or Michael Burry, shorting Tesla at 416. Freaking knew it. They're gonna do this today.
All right, how are we doing now? Any better?
Yeah, yeah, beautiful. Sounds beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Okay, I was just gonna say quickly that big move up from the low of day into that call spread, which is the magnet. It doesn't mean that that's the ceiling on the day, but typically it's a stall point. It is possible to clear that, and the position can change later. But that's kind of the expected move on the day, 25 to 30. And that's probably the most momentum that we'll have. So it can definitely slow down and base and stall in that area. The thing to watch will be 7,500 on a back test. Needs to hold. We could see retracement if 7,500 were to fail from here.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you see 7,500 fail, then you see that spread closing, then that
Mm-hmm.
would also lend to the downside.
Mm-hmm.
MU new low date. Just closed out half of MU. It's a really fast pop there. Not sure what's going on. Hearing there's a Trump post on MU. We claim that ATR and just get all out.
All
Not
right.
really moving on the headline.
No, it's not moving.
Yeah, if it sells here, it could actually pick up some speed. Let's see.
Yeah, just takes liquidity for lower, but as long as it holds 1055, I think it's gonna be secure. SPX testing previous week high. And I'm not a whole lot going on here, guys. I'm just kind of doing other things here, but SPX just holding near the highs here. If we see a push, we could see a quick push into that 75.30, which could then be a good rejection spot. It's very thin below. Heading the 910 here, very slow. Individual names are kind of holding. Some of them retreated off the highs. MU is weak near the lows, even with that post by Trump. Stay patient. 7,500. Caught a nice little scalp there. We are testing yesterday's highs. So if we can maintain above yesterday's highs on this move here, we could push higher. Now, I called out the 9 on 10 on SPX. The yellow dotted line in my charts. So often it's a real nice reversion play into that. And then as we're now below the 9 on 10, ever since we flipped it over here at 12:30, that 9 on 10 will be a nice little short entry potential. So let's see what they do. I think it's harder to short unless we start breaking lows here, 7,500. I would not short today unless it's like maybe scalp or something. But you can see here 9 on 10 entry, called it out live, right? 9 on 10 entry, back test, really nice entry for a scalp. Now you want to break below yesterday's highs again. The reason why I went long SPX 500, sorry, I took 7550 15 calls off of 7,500. Just get a mic check, please. I haven't talked in a bit. Just make sure the input is working. Just ensure that everybody's hearing me. All right, so that short was nice. You want to break below yesterday's highs, and then maybe you can get a nice move down to 7,500. Now, looking at the positioning, that 7,500 has gotten pretty strong as in terms of support and magnet off of this move. What also made me take this long was the positioning up above around 30 did not really budge much, right? So it still acts as a bit of a potential magnet to the upside. Now, if you break 7,500, could be an ugly move lower because there's not a whole lot towards 74, maybe 75. And then if we break that, forget about it, right? We can move back to the low day, which I doubt will happen, but could happen. So yeah, so anybody took that short 9 on 10, guys? Basic kind of short play there, not bad. 9 on 10. We're in a downside trending intraday pattern here. Since we were trading, we traded pretty close into that 7,530, which is my target. And then you see this blue line over here. If you look on the daily, there's a nice little trend line off the all-time high on the daily, on the weekly. So we got pretty close to that. There's still potential kind of, there's still the risk of us pushing higher here because of the positioning above. And so I would say that everything that you're trading here downside would be a scalp unless we start breaking 500, which could cause a bigger move. Yeah, Pearl, nice 9 on 10 entry. Perfect. Any reason I don't want to short today? So I'm trying to do as little as possible. My first trade today was Microsoft, and it had a fantastic day after it shook me. Unfortunately, I got popped out on the over here, and then it just made a rebound. I could have traded that, but actually pivoted to IWM, if you all remember. Pivoted to IWM 300 calls. I called out live that I think that the new all-time high could come today. And so we did get that, right? You can see that the high of today was 302.70-ish, and that's the new all-time high. And the reason for that is I've been watching that 300 for a couple of days, but with the relative strength in the indices coming back to being down, Walsh was out there, and I think the market just wanted to hear him speak. And once we didn't hear anything crazy coming out of his mouth, the market felt okay about buying this thing. So you can see there's a rebound here, right? So I traded, I think I traded this leg up. I front ran the all-time high, called out the 300 calls, entered 300 calls, and pushed up really nicely. So, and then you got a nice little dip, and that got bought up really nicely as well. I wasn't really looking at this one, but I did pivot to SPX, and SPX has been pretty good today. I mean, so for everybody that's with us that perhaps is not a member, like you got, you know, well, members know how I trade, and in the last 6 months or so, we've started introducing gamma a little more and more strongly in our kind of analysis. And I think I'm still leaning towards structure and technical analysis and moving averages and trend lines and stuff, pivots, PM high, overnight lows, stuff like that. But gamma has been a really good tool over the last few weeks because I kind of forced myself to start learning how to read it the way that some of the other guys do, right? Giamatti, IV, Mate. And like I've found that I'm not using it as a prediction model. It's more a like an added level of data analysis, right? So everybody knows that, and now we'll make this really, really clear, right? So last week high was 75.30, right? We said that, and we've seen these moves many, many times before, right? Whenever they hold support, which they did here, and I had a video out on this, when you hold the support, buyers step in, there's a potential of rotating back towards those previous highs. Think daily, right? When you hold a previous day low, you start rotating back up, and then once you start getting closer and closer to that previous day high, it becomes a magnet. You see a faster move higher. So that's how I've seen this. And it just happens that gamma positioning supports it today, right? There's a lot of stuff going on around that previous all-time high day. Sorry, previous week high. Also, 7,500 is important, right? It's a psych level. It's something that we've seen a lot of activity around on the weekly, on the daily, and so on. It's a huge psych level. And so the long off of 7,500 intraday today, for example, was a fairly direct move off of that 75.22 or so high a day, 20 or so points straight down intraday into that 1:30 p.m., which we know is often where you get a little bit of a move. And so we're getting this like nice little bounce off psych level. So that's all that was. And once again, that the technical, the structure plus gamma positioning, the way I was looking at things gave me the confidence to at least scalp it. Now, just to give everybody an update in terms of how I see positioning, I'm not, JM or IV, but starting to see that some of the positioning above a 7530 is, I would say, weakening. So the potential move to that is weakening with it. And we just have to wait and see how this kind of develops over the next couple of hours. But all I can say here is that if we break 7,500, 74.95 must hold. And I think we closed yesterday near, where did we close yesterday? Yesterday we closed at 74.99.35. So if SPX goes green to red here, I would be, a little bit cautious. You might see a liquidation break of sorts into the end of the day, if that makes sense. And the reason for that is, you guys are hearing me still, right? The reason for that is that in terms of shorter term, longer term buyer sellers, when there's a lot of momentum that we've seen over the last few days, you have, you know, shorter term money stepping in, like retail is part of that. You have options, zero DTE, you know, creating a lot of, well, it has a huge effect on how the market moves nowadays. But in terms of shorter term versus longer term, you know, money, like I would say that you have institutional money probably entering around the 73.50 area. Like you have bigger players down here. They're not gonna buy here right now, right? Only if you start moving higher, start seeing like price and value moving higher, you'll start seeing chasing and so on. But just thinking like last couple of days, right? As we have momentum, you have shorter term traders wanting to take advantage of the momentum. They'll start buying at higher prices. But when you're buying at higher prices, you're more likely to sell positions if things go against you, right? Because the way you think about it is like, okay, I'm chasing, I'll just sell here, break even for a small loss, and I'll buy it lower, right? So that's how I think about it. It might be not technically like 100% accurate, but thinking about it like that, you'll see that you'll get that kind of like waterfall effect into the end of the day. And so let's see if they break now. Now, what I would say is that it is summer trading, and summer trading light volume. You'll see some moves, but it's always harder short into lower volume trading. Sorry, sessions. Does anybody have any questions about that? Looking at watching some soccer on the side. I guess everybody's good with that explanation. Great. Great. Freaking great. We are still in supportive, I believe, here. Unless we flip 500, I'm assuming we can. That would change. 95 zeros, so 7495, 7500 is support right now. There's a put spread there, I believe. Yeah, Nvidia's looking good. It's just a harder trade, guys. I just watch it because it is a big part of the S&P and Qs, right? I think it's 8% of S&P, is it? 14 or so percent of the Qs. So when you have it moving, it's gonna have an effect on the indices. So it's just been untradeable, unfreaking tradable. Any long thoughts on Netflix? So I haven't looked at this. I'm still waiting for this one to move above 75. Uh, I do think this is at a spot here where it might be good to look for an ad at least. Right? I do think that if 75 recaptures, 75, 76 could be a potential turn. I would assume that with a catalyst, that turn would be a little bit faster, a little easier. Uh, right now, it's kind of trading right below 75. So keeps holding 70, back above 75. I'll be willing to look for a long. But if you are looking for like a retirement trade, right, like a longer hold, might be a good spot to start nibbling here. Nibble, nibble. SPX pretty weak here, guys. So that entry on the 9/10 around 70, yesterday's highs, a little bit above it, is playing out here. So So yeah, I don't see much here. I think a couple things I guess to share. Well, not that. So a couple things I look for, right? Are we above? Are we above the orb high of the day? We are. The orb high was 75, 74.80. We are right. We're slightly green, right above where we closed yesterday. Are we below or above the 9/10? We're below the 9/10. So when we're below the 9/10, when we flip it like that, I'm less excited about the long, unless it's like a 7,500 bounce after a 20 or so move lower, 20-point move lower. Like take that bounce for a scalp. But now we're back to below these 9/10. We're back to 7,500. This feels like it could unravel into the close. That would be just my guess. If that 7,500 breaks, we could see a 74-75 move. So if you took that entry around 75.12, you should be up now on those puts, probably those 7,500 puts. Fairly easy trade because if it starts pushing, you just exit. It's a good risk reward play. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a little break, and I will be back soon. It might be that when I come back, it will be at 75, 74, 75, I guess. We'll see. I might just pin it here too. We'll see that. That's all right. I'll be right back. All right, everybody. I'm streaming my setup. Just getting myself here. Check. Okay, so we saw a nice little push lower, but we're unable to push. I think 7,500 now is resistance above. All right, let's take a look here. Anybody has any questions? How about we do a little? This feels heavy here, guys. This feels heavy. This feels heavy. So 7,500 is likely spike base into the close. All right, so headline: SpaceX showcase prototype of Elon Musk's new AI device to investors. Device to utilize Qualcomm Snapdragon chipset. Qualcomm popped, and the Musk denies Wall Street Journal report. QCOM lower. I still scalped that. I would have taken that. I wasn't around for that. What I'm looking for here is a pop above 7,500 that I can short. I get that. Let's see what happens. I'm waiting for about half an hour. Then we'll see what happens. Curious, have open house traders they enjoyed this week so far? We did extend the open house just because of people asking, and why the heck not? At least that one time. I think so far so good, but you tell me. I didn't get my entry on the 500s. They're moving now. We might be getting a bit pushed lower here. Another 9 on 10 here. The 7,500s are now 8. They were about 5. I thought they were too expensive, but see if they hold it here. Iron. Wait, it's catching a knife here. What I do like is the monthly. You zoom out to the monthly. You see that does not look too bearish. So watch your cover at 45. That could spark something. That's the last month low. The previous month before that was right above that 45. So above 45, recovery of the previous 2 month lows. Also psych level could see a move. So I think there was a iron is a 4 squeeze long idea. AI data center stock currently. So yeah, I think the daily looks like crap. The weekly looks fine. The monthly looks great on iron. If it starts breaking below 2030, 2830, I'll be cautious. Okay. Fed Chair Warsh sets like Besset staffer Samantha Schwab as advisor. Mexico said it disagrees with U.S. policies on steel and aluminum tariffs, the exclusion of regional auto parts from tariff calculations, and agricultural seasonality rules, while describing auto rules of origin as among the world's most complex. Keep it on Tesla here. It's trying to flip the 910. If it's gonna do something, it'll be around here. I didn't get my entry on foot skies. I really liked it, as I said earlier, but break of 90, I think we'll see 75. We'll get that liquidation break. Unfortunately, we'll see. Let's see if it holds 90, and then we'll get some sort of entry or whatever. Yeah. We're getting short here, guys. Damn it. Well, the flipping damn it. I think we can see 75. I'm just gonna roll up, guys. SPX 701 74. Fairly close into the money. If we get this, we'll see. We gotta time it right. I'm not chasing this here. 7,500 puts doubled since I started watching. I just wanted them a little cheaper than $5. I wanted them at like sub 3. Clear trend flip on SPX ever since we broke it, the 910. Getting close here to shorting. It's tricky, 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 tricky. I don't want to give it a little time, but I'm just gonna give it a little time here. I'm actually sizing down here and just no stop. All right, I'm in here, guys. 74.95 puts on that 9 on 10 back test. Just size to 0, so no stop on this one. So I'm inputs here. This is my like 4th roll today, 3rd roll. I'm using only profits. Need to break 90 for this to get fun. So for now, I'm just gonna wait and see here. SPX is trying to push here. If it flips to 9 on 10, I'm just gonna cut this because just to preserve some premium. Back above 7,500, I'd be a little cautious. And then maybe look another one. Even though I size small, I just want to. I'm watching the price action rather than the premium. A nice pop, guys. If they flip the 9 on 10 and we go red to green here, I'd be a little cautious. I'm not loving what Nvidia is doing here. All right, so I'm all out there on that push. So took a small loss on a smaller position, just because I don't like just holding because it's size smaller. It's just I don't like the way it's acting here. It's flipping the 9, so for me that's almost a trigger to the upside. So we're still kind of chopping around here. Yeah, it's a strong candle, SPX. You might see like a nice push towards that 7505, 7506. Good cut there. Very good cut. Look at Nvidia, what it's doing. Right, so watching Nvidia here. Also, Tesla flipped the 9 again, held 425. Why are semis moving like this? Okay, so as a Micron headline, Micron said it will invest 250 million in Trump account through an employee matching program and direct contributions with the initiation expected benefit up to 1 million children. President Trump called the commitment the largest corporate investment of its kind, as the new tax advantage children accounts are set to launch July 4th. This might be it. Old news? Okay, I'm just seeing it. Just Nvidia's taken off here. I don't see a headline Nvidia. 200 level test here, Nvidia. SPX flipping the 9 on 10 here was my first signal of potentially not being short. Took like 15% cut on that. Not a big deal. We'll reassess here later. We're getting to that time of the day where I'm starting to look at the spike base. Let's see if they sell into this. Yeah, real nice there, guys. Nice exit there. SMH is catching a bit of a pop here. MU's popping higher here, guys. So some of these moves are flipping the 9. For you guys that understand that. Tesla, really nice 9 on 10 flip and backtest entry there if you took it. Check this out. Posting a picture here. Real nice turn. That's exactly where you want to enter. Now, SPX is doing that too. I'm hands off here though. Amazon pulling back a bit. Nvidia 200. Something to watch tomorrow. So the spike base is 05. A few minutes late. Oh, happy days. I saw falling off here. Guys, I'm watching a 95 again, once again. 95. Cheap, cheap, cheap. So I just got filled there. Lotto size, no stop, using profits.